Welcome back, guys. It's me, Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and today we are in Unity 2022.3.26 F1. It's an engine version that I'm having to use as part of the assignment for the university project that this is. So we're basically making a 2D platformer, and I've been doing some work. I haven't streamed much of it because I'm still learning the engine. The last stream, I think, I was in there for some time struggling, particularly with the timer. I was trying to get the delta time similar to how I had the Unreal project working. So it's a little bit trickier, I found. I've still not sorted it out, but essentially, instead of just getting a delta timer, I'm just going to have a countdown. And what I want to do is have that kind of going at I don't know, from like 3 minutes or so. Anyway, I'm just going to show you what we've got working so far. I did have a couple of crashes. I was trying to get the font sorted. So essentially, oh, why is it doing that? What the fuck? What was going on there? What was going on there? I don't know if you guys saw that, but it was just, what is it doing there? Oh my god. Okay, what is causing that? I don't know if you can see that, guys, but it's like there's a frame stutter or something really strange. Anyway, what we have working at the moment, look. What is going on with the... That's really strange. I don't know what is going on there. You know what? I'm just going to get rid of this font because this is the one I think that was playing me up. So I'll just do that again. I was trying to get a font. I had a really nice pixel art font. I don't know. Maybe that's what was causing the problem. Anyway, what we have... It's doing it again. One second, guys. I'm wondering if it's that. That was really, really weird. You seeing that? I plugged that in. That seems to be causing the problem. Interesting. And that is... Where is that? Timer. What script graph is that in? Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out why that was causing that stuttering. I'm not too sure on that one. I'm going to leave that because for some reason that is causing some stuttering. Essentially, that's the timer. So I had a couple of things I wanted to do today, which was to add in an enemy. The simple left to right enemy that kind of patrols. It gets to one end, then it goes the other way. I wanted to add a coin pickup, and I wanted to kind of get the UI. I wanted to have a nice UI. So I've written an essay which compares 3 platformers, and there's certain elements from those platformers that I kind of want to adapt to fit the game style. So I'm going to leave that timer for the moment. I don't want that stuttering. Really weird, because when I had this set up the other day, it wasn't doing that. I just wonder. That was really strange. Okay, so I'll just show you again. Right, oh, that's what I needed to do, guys. Hold on. Right, so I feel a bit like, I don't know what's up with me. I can't focus. Essentially, I need to create some prefabs. So the platform we've got here, this was just kind of like a test. So what I need to do is create some prefabs. So we have the platform. So I'm going to create an empty, and we're going to call this platforms. So it's going to be the container for the platforms, okay? So the platform has a box collider. So we want to essentially remove the sprite render. Okay, just bear with me. Let's start off simple, shall we? So we have 3 grids there. What I'll do is I'll make this a 3 by 1. So if I do 3 by 1. So this is welcome to the stream. So this is now a 3 by 1 cube. So what we want to do, we want to move that. I did this on Monday. Why am I? Basically, I need to get the. I need to get the pivot point to be at the center there. So. Because essentially we're going to want to have the pivot point dead center, and then we apply the thingy just above there. So snapping, yeah. So it's getting that pivot. Okay. I'll just bear with me while I try and remember how I did this. Okay, let's set the scales correct. Wasn't it a 1 by 1? So at the moment it's doing that. We don't want. I think it was 2 by 2 by 2. Oh, sorry guys, I've just seen what I've done there. Sorry, that's because I'm using a number pad and that's my shortcut for the streaming. I do apologise. If I put 0 in the Z, essentially that pivot point if I just do 0, 0, where's that gone? Okay. Right, so that is literally snapping to the grid. Can you see that? I think I've done it. Sorry. So at the moment, you can see on the axis, according to the grid, that is literally in the position I need. The little square is dead corner of one of those blocks. So all I need to do now, I can offset should be able to. No, I know what I need to do. Right, so we've got the box collider. Okay, so we're going to create a 2D sprite. Okay, so this is going to be, we're just going to call this B, I don't know, dirt A maybe? Dirt A. It's just so it's, there we go, okay. So dirt A, and I need to find environment, cave 1, and basically we just need to find that. Okay, so now if I go on dirt A and drag this up here, we now have the thing there. So what I need to do is, if I put the order in the layer to 11, that's going to be on top of that. Okay, now the position of that can go there. So do you see what's happening? If I just click onto the platform, remember the pivot point is dead center with the grid. So I've basically added a sprite here. So now what I can do is I can remove this component. Okay. Now the box collider, basically it needs to go, it needs to basically match the thing. So hold on, so what one am I? I'm making a 3x3 at the moment, and we're basically going to do a prefab of this. So we have block A, and it's just the sprite. Okay, I'm going to change that to 10. Okay, so if I was to move, you'll see what will happen here. I can now move. You see that? Now ignore the outline of the box collider, I'll sort that out last. But now I can actually place, snapping to grid, the cube. So that's fantastic. Right, so I'm now going to copy dirt A, and we're going to call this dirt B. I should have updated the title really. I should have put in prefabs, but it's all good. Right, so dirt B is now going to be the middle section here on the sprite sheet. So I'm going to drag this up to here, and we are going to just move it along there. That's that one, and then we copy it again, and this is going to be dirt C. So ABC 1 2 3. That's essentially what we're doing here. And if I come out of there and just move that across, there we go. So now we can go to the box collider. Now I don't want to have 3 separate box colliders. What I want to do, I want to have those as I want to just adjust the position so it basically fits here across to here. So I'll leave it applied to the main platform, and the offset should be right, so it's basically going to be the coordinates of 0.5. Let's try that, 0.5, 0.5. There we go. Okay, so the offset is there, and then if I go to the size, needs to be 3 on the X maybe. Okay, and then on the X that would be 1.5. Perfect. Okay, so that box collider, you can see it, it is literally, it's done. Okay, so I'm going to call this P for platform, and it's going to be 3, I'm going to do an underscore 3 by 1. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy that, and look at that, guys, it is moving snap to grid. You see that? So even though it has 3 separate sprites, I'm essentially using the core component there that snapped, the pivot is dead center, so I can just move this around, and now what we can do is we can just place our character here, ignore the background tile set. I mean, it might actually be handy. I might actually delete that. I feel like it does distract a little bit. Perfect. Okay, so we've got the 2 platforms. Basically, what I did, because this is all new to me. I'm learning. Like there's a lot to learn with Unity, but it does feel great for 2D games. So if I hide that dirt, it will essentially remove that whole background here. But just for a bit of aesthetics, while we're placing the platforms, I'm going to keep it in there. It's just what I had originally done was use the tilemap creator. Sorry if I'm not using the right terminology here. Like I say, there's so much to learn. I basically painted the scene with the sprites from the tile map, so it's kind of like I had to add in like kind of the colliders and things, whereas now I've actually got the physical platform that you've just seen me make. Sorry. So I'll leave that one in. So that platform is functioning, and what I'm going to do I'm just going to check that. Why is that why is it doing that stuttering? I really don't know why there's a bit of stuttering going on there, guys. I really don't know what's causing that. I'm not sure if it's the code. I'd like to think not, but who knows? Right, so what we now need to do, now that we've got the 3x1 sorted, we have the collision box done. If I now, I'm just wondering actually, is there a 1x1 cube? No, there's not. Okay. That's a shame. Would have been nice if there was like a 1x1. But there isn't, so... Okay. What are we doing, Mike? What are we doing? Right, well, we've got that. So if I delete that, now if I go into here, I need to make a folder. And I'm going to call this, I'm going to put an underscore so it's the very beginning of my project. Now, if I go in here, so we know this is P 3x1. Again, the platform's here. This is just an empty. This is just an empty folder, essentially. That's one thing I don't like about Unity, the hierarchy. It just seems, why can't they have folders? Like, I know you've got the main project folder, but when you're in the actual scene and things, the hierarchy, I don't know. To me, it's just, it would make sense to have folders, but anyway, that's going to be, you know what, I might just put an underscore underneath that. That doesn't do anything. Okay. Okay. Right, let's drag in the P 3x1 we've just made. We're going to drag into the prefabs. And as you can see, there it is. So it's now a prefab. So if I move that into our platforms folder, there it is. So now what we can do, guys, we can actually recreate prefabs for the other size platforms. So I think it would be good to maybe have Christ, I don't know. Let's go back into the environment. Have a sip of my coffee. Oh, I just thought. before I do that, sorry, 1 second. Okay, cool. Right, we've got the prefab there. I didn't want to delete this one because I want to adjust it so we have I know what I'm saying. So basically we can create the other prefabs without doing it. I wouldn't want to make a prefab from a prefab. That doesn't make sense in my head. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete B and then call that B. And then I'm going to move that there, and then the collider just needs to be put down to 2. And then that should be 1. If I did 1 there, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so now we should have a 2 by 1 prefab. Okay, so same again, going to my prefab, drag that in there, and then, hold on. Right, so undoing that, it undoes it in here. And there we have it, guys. So if I turn on the grid, you can see that is snapping perfectly to place. Okay, so we've got a 2 by 1 prefab, a 3 by 1. So I think you can unpackage actually. Unpack, there we go. Right, so if I now do if I delete that and then if I get 3 by 1, if I drag a 3 by 1 in here, move that across here, prefab, unpack completely, and if I name that 4 by 1, go in here, so we've got A, B, C. So basically I want to copy B, rename C to D, and we want to move that 1, 2, 3, 4 about there, and then this one gets moved up here, and call that C, and then adjust the box collider, so this is going to be the size of 4 now, and then the offset should be 2, perfect. And there we have an ABCD for the 4x4 prefab. Drag that in there, boom. Job done. So you can see there, that's pretty good. And then I'll just make a 5 as well. So I'm just going to move that up there. If I put the grid on, it's so pleasing to see that snap perfectly into place. Okay, so I'm going to drag a 4x4 up here, unwrap completely, unpack, sorry. And this is going to be called 5x1. Same process again. We'll just move this, oh, sorry. We'll just move this up here. Okay, I want to show the grid. That's annoying. I would like to see the grid. Right, so basically, I'll just check that collider. 2, 3, 4, 5, okay. Right, so we'll basically copy C, we'll rename D to E, rename C to D, and we're going to 1, 2, 3, 4, get D, 1, 2, 3, 4, and that is nice and slotted in there. So A, B, C, D, E, and then we get the collider. This is going to go to size 5, and the offset is going to be 2.5, and that is it, guys. And then we drag that into our prefab, and we have. It might actually be good if I. Prefab. Okay, so prefab. So if I call this platforms, and then dirt, just to keep everything nice and organized. So we're going. We've got a prefabs folder, platforms, dirt. Now notice I haven't done a 1x1 platform. I mean, for a start, I don't really have, in the environment, there isn't really a 1x1 block. It wouldn't look right to just, the way the tarmac, the sprite sheet's been done, there just isn't a 1x1 shape. So, depending on the environment and level design, I mean, I could use like a wooden platform for like a 1x1. So, okay, so we have our prefabs 2, 3, 4, and 1. Sorry, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Can't do my maths. So, and as you can see, guys, as we're shifting between them, you can see the box collider is correctly done. I'm very happy with that. That's one job out of the way, getting the prefabs done. So I'm just going to shift these around. And let's just give our character let's give them a little platform. Oh! No. No. There we go. Platforms are in. Dude! Oh, it's so cool to see that in action. What is going on with that stuttering? That's really annoying me. Okay, we have the prefabs. We have the platforms. Bosh. So this is something that I was playing around with the other day. I've added in a trap. This is going to be an insta-kill trap, but the way I've actually got it working I can actually use that for some enemies. Because I've got a slime that I actually wanted to have the ability to jump on. I also want to make it so when the player takes damage, they kind of flash white. Just to show a bit of feedback for the player that the player's actually taken damage. If anyone knows what is causing that stuttering, do let me know. Because this was not doing it last time I played. I really don't know what's causing that. It's really quite annoying. Okay. Prefab's done. I can tick that off of my list. I didn't even write it on the list. Excellent. Okay. Add a coin pickup. Let's do that. That'll be nice and easy, guys. So coin pickup. So let's minimize that. So the platforms are all nice and organized in a folder. I'm gonna make a new folder. I'm gonna call this pickups. So this will be for stuff like power-ups, health, gems, health coins, gems, and then I was going to have power-ups as well. I might have just one power-up. I don't want to overdo it. I was thinking maybe something like slow fall, or there's, you know, I could put in any features I want really. Right, so we're going to make an empty within there, and we're going to call this coins. So now I need to do a 2D object. I'm going to do square. Okay. It is really annoying how I'm just going to get rid of that sprite render. It's really annoying me. Right, remove that component. I know I've got that there. We know that's snap into position. So we're going to call this coin. Quite simple, coin. And then I have got, here we go, coin pickup. So, where is it? Can I not zoom in? I think a yellow coin would go nice against the dirt background. So we're going to create a sprite inside there. So we're going to call it sprite, and position is going to be 1, no, it's going to be 0.5, 0.5. Okay, so basically, remember what I was saying about the pivot? So the coin kind of parent is essentially where we're going to be snapping to grid. So then we just have another object that is essentially, it's properly on top of the parent. So now I can go on this sprite here and I can drag in the coin. And if I was to, oh, you can't see that, but that's really small. The layer order, if I just put this as 15, I need to get the order layers sorted really. Right, so the scale, I'm going to make that, how's 5 look? That's fairly good, isn't it? The question is, my pedigree chums, I mean, it's ever so slightly off center. I think I'm happy with that size. Like, if I did 10, that would be ridiculous. It's bigger than the character. Look at it. I think 5. Well, that's 7. 5 is a sensible size. We can just test this. I feel like I want to move that trap just before I do, because it's kind of... I'm just going to move that. And put that there. Okay. And we'll just see how it looks. Yeah, I mean that's a good size. Scaling out to 5. Yeah, that's a reasonable size, I think. Yeah. Okay, so I want to... What do I want to do? I think I'm happy with that. I kind of wanted to have it lerp though, so... What have I got to lerp? I think if I go on the script graph... I think it was the movement. So this is the movement for the character. So what I want to do is I want to look at this code. Because all I want to do, just to give the coin a little bit of life, because at the moment it's just static. It would be nice if it ever so slightly just kind of went up and down. So, if velocity of y, so we need to get the lerp. We're not doing velocity, we're just changing the position, the location, so it's kind of like, so yeah, you want to get x, get y, create the vector 2, okay. Okay. So what I'm going to do, guys, I'm just wondering if I should have it. Hmm. I'm just wondering if I should actually. Okay. I'm just wondering if I could do a box collider for this. Okay. Is trigger. So the player can walk through it. Okay. I'm going to add a tag. Coin. So the tag, I'm not applying it to the coin itself, I'm applying it to the sprite because obviously the coin itself remember, it's the big box. I haven't got anything else on it. Like, all we've got is literally just the coin. So the coin has got the collider on it, and it's done a really good job of just putting it around the coin. We've given it the tag of coin. So do I want to have this part lerp or the actual box? I feel like having the sprite lerp would be fine because that's the part that's going to be the trigger. So right, now what we're going to do, we're going to add a script graph. I'm just going to check. So graph. Okay. We're going to call this coin. We'll call this coin. Collecting coin pickup. Okay. Right, so we've got the script graph on the coin. So on start, that's basically kind of when the game begins. Oh, struggling to think. So we need to get the location, get the X and Y. So we need to lerp, vector to lerp. So I'm not sure if a loop is the right thing to do. Integer. I'll tell you what, let's just try and get it working first, and then I'm assuming I can make it lerp, but then it will only do it once because I need it to do it all the time. So lerp. So plug that in there. So you want to get X vector and then get Y. Okay, so we're getting the X and the Y relative to its position. And it's going to be the Y-axis. We don't want to go sideways, which is on the X. We want it to go on the Y. So we're going to get... Hold on. There we go. Okay. Actually, sorry. I can plug that into both. So we're getting the position of the object in space, and then we're getting the X and the Y. So I'm just comparing it to the other one. Create vector 2. feel like I need to add a rigid body 2D. Okay. Okay. Right. I feel like what I need to do, because essentially this motion here is for moving the character left to right, not up, I don't think. So I need to create vector 2. So we're getting the X. But surely I don't. Okay, so I think what that's doing. So I think I'm trying to understand how this is working. So we're creating a vector at that point, the local position, and then we're going to lerp between another point. So, and that's the speed. So if I just did, I don't know, oh my god. If this is creating the point, setting the point, it's giving me a headache trying to look at the code there and Hmm. So I've just found something that is kind of showing me how to do it, but it doesn't. It seems a bit long-winded. Let's get rid of that. On start, get the X and the Y, that's the starting position. It just seems a bit long-winded compared to the way this is done. Can I not just do that? Oh, I want to see if the way in my head. That's the start. So if we're saying get that and create it. And then we need to create a new one, which is I think this isn't going to work. Oh, oh my God. Uh, let's see if that works. Alright, if I turn off his trigger. God damn it. This feels like such a simple thing to do. I'm just doing some reading, guys. Bear with me. Right, I found a forum post, which is apparently Oh my god, I'm literally looking at some code. It's things to C# code, it's not the visual script, so I'm trying to translate that in my head. You've got a float Y, math ping pong, got that. Time times speed 1 times 6 minus 3. And then transform the position, new vector. What's the T stand for? The length, I'm guessing that's the length of time. Get Y. This is so annoying. Oh my god, get position. I'll tell you what, let's just see how if this does anything at the moment. This is so annoying, guys. On update. Get Y. Looking at the thread, yeah, public float speed. Okay. I'm going to get rid of that. Okay, well I'm going to put a speed of 1. Okay. Right, so we've got the update event node. Create the update. From the update node, create time node. Oh, I don't understand that. Time.time. I don't think it is that. You want to get time, surely. Maybe it is that. Right, so create a multiply node. Multiply time by speed. Get the speed. Okay. Ping pong. Right, so create a ping pong node, connect the output of the multiply. Yeah, I've done that. So the max value input of the ping pong node to 1. Input value. Okay, so I think that's right. I'm assuming that goes there. So I think that's getting the time. And then we're multiplying the time by the speed variable of the coin. So that's the output, isn't it? Okay. This seems so strange. So strange. Apparently the result of this is going to be our new Y position. Set position of the game object. Get position of that, yeah. Okay. No. Get position node. Get position. Make vector 2. If this works. If this works. I'm a little bit concerned about this. Genuinely don't know if that's going to work. I really don't know if it's going to work. All I want to do is get the coin moving up and down by a few frames. Literally. That's all I want to do. Do I need an on start? Why is something that should be so simple so bloody... Get time. Multiply time by speed. Input time. Multiply the ping pong by 6. Add -3. Create the vector. anyone watching knows what to do feel free to drop a comment. Is there not a way I can... Oh, I don't even know if that's going to work. Oh! Oh! It's working! It's working! Oh my god, that was so long-winded. Right, let's adjust these variables then. So if I... from 6 to 2... Oh, okay, that made it go really quite high. There you go, you can see what's happening there. Oh my god. I think that's... Will that keep going higher? That's almost going off the screen, guys. Watch. Every time. I'm going to put my cursor where that stops at. Roughly about there. I just want to make sure that it's not going slowly increasing. Round about there, I think. Okay. Let's just watch this a few times, make sure it's not creeping above that point. Okay, so the length it's going is basically how high it moves from its position. So if I set that to 2, okay. And if I did that as 5. Okay. Let's do that as 0.1. Let's adjust some variables. So 6 to 1. So that affects kind of the distance in a way. -3. So if I did this as minus, I don't know, 5. Okay. Let's do this as 0.5. Oh, that's nice. I like that. -3. Minus... Oh, that's nice, isn't it? That's that's a nice that's a nice height. Christ Almighty, I'm not even joking, guys. That was. I mean, it does the job, doesn't it? It just seems. No, I'm happy with that. So I don't need the rigid body. So I'm wondering if I turn that off, save, and turn on is trigger, is that going to fall? Yeah, baby! Yes! I'm happy with that. It's a shame that the coin isn't kind of animated, as in the sprite, because I was after like a 2D animated sprite that kind of just swivels on the spot. I mean, it's kind of cliche, but I'm happy with that kind of motion instead. You know, it's it looks good. I'm happy with that. Okay, so let's straighten up this. I need to reference that post because so that's basically, this code here is how we get that sprite to basically move up and down on the spot. So it's interesting, isn't it? Because this method is different to the lerp. I think the lerp does a smoother transition, whereas this is just on the spot, and you can kind of see, like if I move, like if you watch that coin, you can kind of see like the edges are, I don't know what the term is, but when it's moving, it's I don't know if anti-aliasing's the word. It's the edges are ever so slightly, not fuzzy, but yeah. Okay, let me just reference this post because I need to jot that down. So that is moving sprite. Hold on. So basically what I did there was I found a really helpful forum post on how to do this. But because they put it in C#, I'm not meant to be doing any coding. I'm meant to do visual scripting. So I essentially asked an AI engine, can you translate this into the visual script, like what I need to look for? Because I can see the C# code. I can see there's the speed variable, and then you've got the object. But it's just picking that apart because on the C# code, it's like I can pick out certain parts, but then parts of the code, I'm like, what part is that to do with? So it's all a learning process. It's understanding how the flow works, and also kind of, because I translated some C# code the other day for, I think, taking damage. It was, I think it was the health bar, I can't remember. But I managed to pick out, watching the code, like which bits I would need. So anyway, let's neaten this up. The one thing I don't like is how untidy the code can look because of the spaghetti. I always call it spaghetti, like the nodes. But I understand that we're doing like a ping pong. We're these mechanics are adjusting the speed and height and things. And then we're creating a new vector, so where it's going to kind of move to, and then we set that position. So okay. Okay, so we've done that. So the coin box. I want to see that grid at all times. Like, it's really annoying. Right, we need to set up a variable for our player. So let me just check. Add one enemy. Add coin pickup. Okay. So let's add a variable to our player. And we'll make this for the scene or object. Get tag, okay. Sprite, coin. I'm actually going to call that coin sprite. Actually, no. Do I need to do that? Because if I go on the player, yeah, just get the game object with a tag. Okay, no, that's fine. I might, you know what? If I just have sprite now, it'd be better to just have coin sprite. Just so everything's clear if we're ever looking back through the code. So we're going to call this score. And we're going to have this as an integer, not a float. So the score is set to 0. I wonder, instead of it being 0, if I added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm wondering if that will... oh, that's annoying. Right, the score integer is on the player. That's to do with the health bar. Update health bar. That's for the slider, okay. So Health bar. Okay. Ah, saved variables. I wonder if that's. I wonder if that's like the save data version of Unreal's how I set up my continue feature. I need to put on a light, guys. Bear with me. I'm sat in the dark here, working away like a gremlin. Right, I'll tell you what. We got the coin. The coin is moving. I'm very happy with that. Right, so what we're going to do, we're going to go into our HUD. Which is huge. I really don't know why that is so big. Oh, I don't know why that one is such... This is just for the time being, guys, what I'm doing here. This isn't the final placement. This is just sorting the HUD out, so... I just don't know why... So auto, okay, auto size is stretching it to the shape of that. So it's basically... That's something I need to look into. The thing is... Oh my god. I just want to move it, dude. Okay. Okay. Alright, we've got the HUD in. So what I need to do is create... What I'm going to do, I'm just going to duplicate the timer. And we're going to call this score. I'm going to go in here. Okay, so we're going to do a custom event. One argument. So we're going to mimic what we've got here. We're creating a custom event which is affecting the health bar. So we're going to go on the score. And we're going to just call this update score. And we set the text basically. So that goes to that, and then that will go to that. Okay. So if I just move that, I'll tell you what. There we go. So that's on the same Y axis. Let's go do it as 900. No. 825. Okay. So the score is going to be 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay, so that's the score. We've got a custom event for the score. Right, we need a new graph. Okay. Remove that. There we go. Right, so we go on here. Get that. Update timer. So that's to do with updating the health bar. It makes sense to label this one as green to represent health. So that's for the health bar update, and at the moment we've just got the trap in there temporarily. Right, so what was I doing? So score, update timer, update score. So now that I've got that within the score, Oh, we need an argument. I don't think it needs an argument. So if I leave that, if I say the score is 0, technically that score should change to 0. Hi dude, welcome to the stream. Welcome. Just trying to get the score to update the text in here. Thanks for tuning in. Update the score. I think it's because it's getting the I think it's because it's an integer. I think that's why cannot convert int to the game object. So I think what we need to do. Yeah, it's well, I'm a game designer. So I'm studying game design, so I'm not required to learn the hard coding. We, as a designer, we've got to know the visual scripting. So it's kind of like a simplified version of the coding, I guess. Best way to describe it. So at the minute, I'm trying to suss out. Right. I think I know what I need to do. Get the variable of the score, which is an integer. Get the variable of the score. I guess it might be the argument. Maybe. Oh, dude, yeah. Feel free. I am all ears. If you're watching what I'm doing, and you know, do you, like if there's any input, like feel free. Like I've learnt the Unreal Engine last trimester. This trimester, I'm in Unity, so it's not like I'm a noob at this. I'm in a new engine, and it's trying to find out the difference between the two, and how the visual scripting in this is the equivalent to how Unreal would handle it. Are you a coder yourself then, or so like you don't do visual script, but maybe you do the coding? Right, we have one argument there. Update that. So I'm pretty sure the argument is going to be converting the integer to string. So I have a feeling this will work. So we're getting the score of that. So the argument would be get the health score, health bar, Ah, the HUD. Oh, I see. I see. I see. Right. Okay. Name health bar. Right. So it's getting the game object to the health bar. So do I need to get the game object of the score then? Because that health bar is a game object. The health and the max health are... God, that's confusing. Okay, right. Let's do... Oh, nice, dude. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. That's really good to hear. So are you learning C#? Yeah, I think I know what I need to do. I'm just looking at the previous thing which I've got set up for the health bar. So I can see here it's getting this variable which is health bar, and on the variables that is a game object. So I think I need to add a variable, and we're going to call this score, but I don't... Health bar, health, max health. I'm gonna, just so it doesn't complicate, I'm gonna call this timer txt for text, and I'm going to call this score txt because I don't want to have two variables both saying score. That's going to be confusing. So if I now go back to the player, and if I add variable score txt add, and that's going to be a game object, value is going to be score txt. There we go. Okay, and then if I get rid of that and get that, plug that into that, boom, one problem sorted. Now we do the argument. So now we're going to get the score variable of our player, and it's going to be convert. I think I'm doing this. I hope I'm doing this right. Int to string. Ooh. 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 Oh. Oh. I have no idea if this is going to work. Assign components as variables. I'm not sure. I think what I've just done is going to work. I hope so. Let's see. So at the moment, on the game scene here, you can see the HUD. Okay. Now I set 5 zeros in the text bar. So by adding in this here, I'm hoping, bearing in mind, bottom left, the score variable for our player is 0. That should theoretically update the 5 zeros to a single 0. Fingers crossed. I did it. I'm a genius. And then if I update the score here. Oh, okay. Right, so if I put the score at 5,555. Oh, I did it. I did it. Yes, I did it. Oh, that feeling when you just get something done is absolutely phenomenal. Okay, I'm a goddamn genius. Okay, that's amazing. I did it, guys. Okay, so I'm just going to tidy this up then. God, it's such a good feeling when you get something done. Yes, that's what I'm going to do, dude. That is what I'm going to do. So I'm just tidying this up so it's not as messy as it looks. This is one thing I don't like about Unity's visual scripting. In Unreal, everything snaps. You can straighten nodes. There's hotkeys to straighten nodes and all sorts. Like I know on here I can select this and I can select 2 of these and do this to align them, but it's such a shit way compared to Unreal. That's one thing I dislike about Unity's visual scripting. I'm not diagnosed with OCD, but I'm pretty sure I've got it because things like that really bug me. I like things being nice and tidy. Okay, so what we've got here, we have successfully got the score integer of the player updating the text for the score on the HUD. So if you see here, this is what I've got for the health bar. So we've essentially mimicked or mirrored the way the health bar of the health variables of the player update the health bar of the HUD. We've done that bit. Now this stage here is to do with the collision, okay? So on the trigger, we get the tag. This is to do with the health. So we just need to mimic this for the coin giving score to the player. maybe that might be... I'm not going to do that at the moment, dude. Just because I'm in the zone at the moment. I'm pumping out work. Let me just quickly set up a thing here. So the tag is for the coin. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make this coin give the player, I don't know, 250 coins maybe. Seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Maybe we'll say 150. I don't want to be over generous. Okay, so what I'm going to do, so this, if I move this away here, on trigger and to 2D, I'll just double check that the spike trap has a box collider 2D and it is a trigger. Is a trigger. And that one is a trigger. Okay, so what I can now do is essentially just copy this, and that's going to plug into the update score thing. Okay, so on trigger, this, as in the player, with coin, tag coin, right, I'm not looking at the chat at the moment, I'm just looking at the code. So when we, as in this, enter the trigger of the game object with the tag coin, if that is true, okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this code here. I'm going to delete that. If that's true, set the score, and we're going to get the score, and we're going to, did I say 150? I can't remember. $150? Is 150 too generous for a single coin? It's really hard, isn't it, deciding things like these? It feels too generous. Depends how many coins are in the level, really. Okay, if it's true, do that, and... Okay, so you can see the code here. I needed to have that here just to make sure. Yeah, okay. So now I can plug that into here, which is also going to affect updating the score. So essentially on game start, we're saying assign the score text to whatever the score is of the player. And then this here is to do with updating it. So right, let's give it a go. Oh, yeah, let's give it a go. Save and test. 150 feels too generous. Hey! Excellent. So every time we're colliding with the coin, we're adding money or score. And if we go on the trap, we're losing life. I've at the moment, I have added a, I have made it so the player gets a rebound. This trap is actually going to be an insta-kill trap. But I added Force Impulse because I thought it was pretty cool. And I'm actually planning on using that for a slime enemy, so you can kind of bounce off of enemies to reach maybe higher places. So I'm happy with that. Okay. So now what we need to do is we need to make it so when the coin hits the player, the coin disappears. So the player can't keep accumulating like they are doing. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to label this. So that's update health bar. So this, oh, not C. So this is going to be update score. Update score text bar in UI based on player's current score. Okay. And what colour am I going to give that? I'm going to give that pink. Nice. I want that to be a capital. There we go. And I want this one to be capitalized as well. Okay, so update the score. So now we need to go into the code of the coin. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, it does, dude. Yeah, I'll show you. It's one thing I really like. Unreal has a similar thing where you can see the code flowing. So when you play it, you see, so here for example, can you see that? It's very quick. But can you see there when I hit the coin, you can, oh, you did see it just then. It basically, you can see the flow. You can see how it's working so that the code flows. It's also a good way of bug testing or problem solving. Okay, sorry, I need to concentrate here. So coins, I'm not going to do it in the parent, or am I? Basically, coin movement, that's the movement, so coin destroy. So what we're going to do, we're going to go onto the player graph and have we given the player a tag? Player. Why have I got a tag there saying player? That's a little bit concerning. Why have I not assigned that tag to the player? That's a little bit worrying. I'm just going to go through these tags and just double check. That's a little bit worrying, guys. Spike trap, platforms, layers, platforms, pickups. That's an empty folder. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'm going to click on the tag player. Okay. And then I'm basically going to copy this code, go into the coin sprite. I'm going to paste that there. I'm going to create a new variable called coin. And that's going to be game object, and we're going to drag this game object onto there. So that is basically the coin. Oh, it's a default tag. Okay, yeah, I don't remember setting up a player tag. Okay, right. So we're saying, now the reason I'm not doing this code through the player is because it makes sense for the code to be relevant to the coin itself. So we're saying when this coin sprite, the collider collides with get tag, and the tag being player, if that's true, destroy. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Component destroy, game object destroy. Optional amount of time to delay. Oh, that's cool. So we can actually add a delay before destroying the object. I like that. So if you wanted like a little animation flashing to show the coin was picked up or something, that's really cool. T is for time, basically. Okay. Object, destroy object, get coin, and that is the object to be destroyed. Okay, these should be that simple. Let's give it a go. It should destroy the coin on pickup. You ready? It's gone. It's gone, guys. Job done. Okay. So we're gonna call this. Cheers, dude. Coin movement. I should have got actually. I should have called that coin animation. Right, I'm going to call this one destroy on collision. Okay. And it's that simple, guys. That simple. Get the tag of anything that collides with it, and if the tag is player, just destroy it basically. So now that that is done, I believe we can now create a prefab of that and place a few around the environment. Let's give it a go. So I'll go into my project, assets, prefabs, not platforms. I'm going to create a new folder and call it pickups. So this will have stuff like power-ups, coins, gems, keys. And the reason why I have in the prefabs platforms folder, the reason why I've got a folder for dirt is because I might have wooden platforms where the player can jump through. So that's why I've done that. But with the pickups, there's only going to be one prefab type for the coin. I'm not going to have lots of different types of coins. So now I'm happy that the coin has been set up. Like we have the animation for it and we have the destruction of it. And then we have the score accumulation for the player, but that's relevant to the player's script graph. So if I just minimize that, go on to the prefabs pickups folder and drag the coin in there. There we have it. We have a coin prefab, and now I can place that in the folder for the coins. Now the reason why we have coins and coin is because there's going to be multiple versions of this. Now is there a way I can duplicate that? Okay. Right. What I'm going to do, I'm going to minimize that, make this bigger. I'm actually going to place 2. I think I'm going to place 2 on this one. Ugh. You know how in Sonic the Hedgehog they normally have like a cluster of rings? Control D. I just did Control C, Control V. Okay, so this is the test. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep that scene there so I can actually see the player moving. So this should work nicely. So do you remember what I just said about why I had coins and then coin? The coins folder is, you see what I mean? There's going to be quite a lot of pickups. So just being able to shrink that, it keeps it all nice and tidy for me. So save the game. Let's test it. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. It's set them all at the same level. That is annoying. That is quite annoying. Let me just think this over. Bear with me. So even though I've placed it, it's changing. It's in here. Yeah. Yeah. Give me 1 second. So let's just play that again. So the coins I've manually placed. But it is literally like it's putting them all straight down to the same X. I'm just going to watch on here. I know how to test this. I think I know how to test this. If I unpack... what's this one? Let's just test this. I think I might be right. I know what you're saying, dude. Because what's happened... If I unwrap this, because basically this coin is going to take the default settings from the prefab. I'm just going to test this. If I unwrap this, I'm going to see if that one stays at the top. No. Why is there a circle? Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's like you need to get the position before the ping pong. I mean, I have made some progress. I've got the score working. I've got the score functioning. It destroys the coins. The animator. Oh, God. I don't have an animator for it. It's literally just a single sprite, dude. This is the right way to do it. It's just... so let me mull this over. I need to figure this out. So the flow, we're ping-ponging, we're creating the vector. It's like we need to... It's like we need to get the Y and add the Y. It's almost like we need to get the Y in here. Yeah, it's the Y. The Y is the problem, dude. Like the X is the position. You notice that what happens, even though I've placed all of these coins, at its core, the position of these coins is correct, but hold on. It brings them all down to the same level, which is the Y, which is... This is the coin graph, so anything I change in here is still going to apply to all of the things. So let's play around with this. So get the position. I'm pretty certain I'm right on this, dude. Let's extend this. Move these. Oh, I can't even... See, in Unreal, you could select these and push the D the directional keys and you'd be able to shift it. It's the one thing I hate about the visual scripting on here. Right. So let's get the Y. We'll get the Y of the local position to the coin. Get the 2Y. Okay. So we're going to get this Y, the relative Y. Yeah. See, I'm hoping that's going to do it. So we're getting the relative Y, and then we're adding the output from the ping pong to the Y of that. I think that's going to do it. I think. I'm not saying I know. I hope that's I hope that's going to do it. Please work. Please work. Oh, where have they gone? They've just shot off the screen. Oh my god, they all disappeared. Where have they gone? Dude, they have literally just disappeared. Oh my god, where did they go? Wow. Okay, that's not a problem, because what we can do... Maybe that was wrong. We can actually... One good thing about the visual script is we can adjust these variables live and see the changes. But that did kind of work. Did you notice when I pressed play, they all shifted down at the same time? They didn't all end up on the same axis, same position. So watch what happens. Watch the left screen there, the scene. Watch. You press play. They all just disappeared. So... minus, right, we need to remember these variables. Minus 2.3. Okay. I just want to see that happen again. Maybe the plus was wrong there. Maybe it's the plus. Bear with me, dude. I think I know what I need to do. I think I need to plug that Y into the B. Oh! No, 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 no. Where are you going? No, come back. It just keeps climbing up. Oh my god. Okay. We can play around with this. Watch. Yeah, hold on. I think I know what you're saying. I'm just trying to. I think I know what you're saying. We need to get a variable, set it, and then yeah, I think I know what you're saying. And then instead of getting the position from here, we would get the position of the variable. I think that's what we need to do. So let me just get rid of that. Fuck me. Create a variable. So we'll just call this starting position maybe, and make that a vector. Maybe? I don't know. Why is that not giving me... No, you wouldn't do add. You wouldn't add two variables together, would you? Get the variable, get the position, set. You wouldn't be getting the variable though, would you? Right, we're saying here, on start, set the variable, which is the starting position. But it's only allowing us... Oh no, maybe, sorry. Instead of doing that, I'll just do that. Get the position and set it. Maybe. Hey Sid, welcome to the stream, dude. This is the visual scripting. Yes, this is Unity. This is Unity's visual scripting. So Unreal has blueprints. Unity has the script graph, or I think they bought Bolt. So it's basically Bolt, but there's nothing on here at the moment saying this is Bolt. It's the visual scripting. Okay, Ninja. What I've done is on start, I'm setting the variable based on the position, so that's the very first thing it's going to do. So, this is giving me such a headache trying to figure this out. This is giving me such a damn headache. Maybe instead of God, it's trying to figure this out, isn't it? Get the starting position and add it with math. Okay. Okay, so instead of this transform here, I feel like I just want to do a print screen of this before I fuck around with the code, because that works. That at the moment, that although the different instances of the coin drop down, that code does get the animation right. It's basically just making sure that this animation is relative to the position of each instance of the coin. That's what we're trying to do here. So, oh my God. I'm gonna, hold on. Right, so what I've done here, I've screenshotted that code. So we can now play around with that safely, and I know what to do to fix it. Okay, this is what I'm scared of. Okay. Because at the moment, the X is correct, it's the Y. It's the Y that's getting messed up. That's the problem here. So, get starting position. Get the X from the starting position. The X is the Y. Get the Y. It feels to me it needs to precede the ping pong. Let's see if that makes a change. I think it's going to do the same thing. So, right, I'm going to try something. I'm going to plug this into here. I think it's wrong, but I just want to see what happens. WTF, bro? Oh my God. Bro. Woohoo! Oh, genius. Thank you, Ninja, for your suggestion on making the variable. You absolute legend. Ninja the man, the myth, the legend. Excellent. It was that simple. I see what was happening there. If I just undo that, it's basically, yeah, it's basically saying create a Y based on this minus 2. So it's literally setting everything on that. So yeah, let's move this back, tidy up the graph. Essentially, Oh my god. Do you see what I mean about the spaghetti? In Unreal, this would be so much tidier looking. To be fair, I'm quite happy. My graph does look fairly neat to read. Ninja, thank you, dude. Let's test it. Let's have a play. Right. I need to make a note of that fix as well. I meant to keep track of any bugs that I have and how I fix them. Thank you, Ninja. Such a small thing, isn't it? It's such a small thing. Just making a variable and literally just swapping out the transform position. It's that small a fix, but right, let's test it out, guys. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm gonna keep this. I always like having the scene on the left so I can see I can see yeah, I can see things. Sorry, why am I messing around with the UI? Okay. Here we go. Let's test it, dude. Here we go. And the reason that script graph just disappeared. Haha! Yeah, baby! I'm getting this weird stuttering and I don't know why. Can you see that? There's a very weird stuttering going on. I don't know what's causing that. I'm wondering if it's something to do with the on update. It's not doing it now. Yeah, I'm a little bit puzzled by that, to be honest. Right, so now the health is getting reduced when we take damage. Dude. Right, so now increasing the polish of the game, we're going to add a sound effect when the coin's collected. And that will be done in the process of the destroy on collision, okay? So if I go to, whoa, let's shrink that down. Yeah, I need to look into that. It only started doing it today, to be fair. I wouldn't have thought it would have been anything to do with the on loop or, you know, checking every frame. I'm not sure because I've not messed with the camera. Like I actually had the camera. Really, I was quite happy with it. So yeah, I need to look into that. What's causing that? Because it feels like it might cause an epileptic fit for people. It's that bad. It's quite, well, it makes me feel a little bit nauseous. Right, so I have a sound effect in here for, where did I put it? Jump. Yes, okay, so jump. So essentially, get component audio source. So we're getting a component. So we added an audio source. And then we played it at the position. So it's that simple. So we need to add an audio source to the coin. Sorry, I'm talking slowly. I'm trying to process in my head. Right, if I go into the coin, script graph of the coin. So, let's close that one. I'm really grateful, Ninja, for the help with that tiny little amendment just to get the coins to stay where they were. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful, dude. Right, destroy on collision. So here, we need to add a component. So we're in the prefab of the coin here. So any change I'm making here should still apply to all the other coins. So I'm going to add, what was it? If I just go back to the project, on the player I added an audio source. Okay, so we need to go on here. I'll just add it onto the sprite to be fair. Audio source. And the clip, I made this sound effect myself, is pick up coin. Love it. Okay, so now we click on the sprite, the audio source is going to be pick up coin. Volume 1, pitch, reverb, 3D sounds. Well, it's not really 3D sound, is it? Okay. So now we go to the player graph. If I just copy that and then go back to the prefab pickup coin script graph, this is where I'm going to paste that. So get the component of this, as in this object, which is the coin sprite. Hold on. Oh, let's do a node here. Oh! Okay, that's done. Okay, so if I just move that there. Right, so we want to get the variable. Get starting position. And do that. It should be that simple. Oh, no, 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 we don't want to jump. We want the pickup coin, please. Okay, you ready for a test? Oh, take care, Ninja. Are you shooting off? I don't know if you're still with me or not. I had 2 viewers. I don't know if Sid's still here or if you're still here. But if you've already gone, thanks for tuning in and joining me. Here we go. Let's test it. Is the sound effect going to work? Why did it play it at the game? Why did it play it straight away? Why is it playing it straight away? What? Play on awake. Why is it sounding so distorted? That's really annoying. Hold on. Right, well, it's doing what it needs to do. It's playing the sound. I don't know why. That sounded really distorted. Let me just go into the SFX. Let's try that again. It sounds shite. Why is it getting distorted? That is how it should sound. Let's do force to mono and see if that changes. It sounds shit. Why is it so quiet as well? That kind of worked. It's improved it a little bit. If I load in the background, preload audio data. Maybe streaming? Oh, dude, it sounds so shit. I don't know why it's sounding so terrible. We just have to test through the different options. If I load... I don't know what ambisonic does. So annoying trying to get this working. I want to get the volume sorted out, guys, because I don't know why the volume is so quiet. That's how loud it's meant to be. I think it's got to be to do with the component itself. Is that why it's going off? Hmm. I just don't understand the volume and why it's not. It's a bit frustrating. Um, the sound, like it just doesn't make sense why. I just don't understand it. If anyone watching has played with the sound, because if I just show you again, this is the volume. I would have assumed that that volume would be the volume level. You see how quiet that is compared to that? That's what I'm expecting. This is what I'm getting. Quiet as hell. No idea why. No idea why. And each time I go through it, it's coming out slightly distorted. So annoying. Both of those have the same import settings. It's just something, it's just a fine tuning thing. I mean, it's working. I'm sorry I keep testing this. I'm just making sure it's... Okay. So what have we got working so far? If I bring up my notepad, add coin pickup, set up the variable, add the coin pickup, add the coin pickup, add coin pickup, set up variable. Done that. Add coin pickup. Add the coin pickup. Okay. I'm really happy we got that motion. Alright. I think I'm going to stop there, guys, because I need to eat. Yeah, I need to drink as well. But, like, that's great progress. I know... I can't even remember what I started with at the start. I added in... Oh, yeah. So, set up the score. We've got the score thing working. The sound issue... I really need to look into that, because I just... I just don't understand why that's been such a bastard, to be honest. I don't know if it's these... Yeah, there's got to be... There has to be... Hmm. One second, guys. Sorry, I'm just checking. Hmm. I need to stop and eat. I have made progress tonight, guys, and I hope you've taken something away from this. I'll say I've put in instead of that bog standard red bar, we've got a nice red bar there, and I can show you in the asset for that. It was it was that bar. So we've got the empty frame, and we've got the line that goes through the frame. So when that line gets empty, it removes it. So I'll just realised something. 1 second. is that? I'm just looking for comparison to the bottom right there where we've got the... Sorry guys, I've gone quiet while I've been concentrating here. See how it kind of feels like it's slightly misaligned, like the... There we go. It would make sense for the fill in terms of layering. Yeah, it looks thinner at the top than the bottom, and the left and the right. If I change that, you can see that is equal now. just not sure if that brown goes. I need to jot down that fix. UI health bar issue. Okay. Right. That is the fix. I'm just not certain on. I'm not 100% on the color. I'm not 100% on the color, guys. I just don't know on the color. Like, it just seems too much of. I know the rest of the things in here seem to be the same, but maybe it's because I haven't got a backdrop yet for, you know, as in like the UI panel itself. Like, I've got a plan to have a nice UI panel at the bottom, and maybe it's because I don't have that in place yet that it just feels like, maybe that's why it just feels like the colour of that doesn't match, but to me it would kind of make sense. I don't know, it would feel like an orange, like an orange would be, I don't know. Let me bring up, I've got a website I've saved which is to do with design, and it's a monochromatic colour palette. So if I look at reds, and that's quite a vivid red. Okay, I've just found one. Well, that's a no-no. Let's try this one. There has to be. There has to be. Orange just seems like the. This is something I can fine tune later. I'm crossing wires here. Like I've got one thing set up which I planned on doing, which was the coin pickup. We have the coin pickup functioning. We've replaced the bog standard red bar with a little bit of UI. And we've made a fix to the issue with the fill and yeah. What does the play focused mean? Okay, right. I really do need to stop and go and eat. I just when you're in the engine, you just can't pull yourself away to. You really can't pull yourself away to stop. Like, it's quite annoying. Like you just want to keep at it, and yeah. But I'm happy with that. So what I want to do next, so just to go over what we've done, I know I have a tendency of repeating what I'm saying, I do apologise. We've added in the UI, as in we've updated the health bar UI with a new asset. We've added in a coin sprite. Oh no, actually, we went through the prefabs as well, didn't we? At the very beginning of this, guys, we set up the prefabs. So we've got the prefab for the different platforms. So 2x1, 3x1, 4x1, 5x1. So we have, yeah, we've got all the prefabs set up. We've also got the coin prefab set up as well. So you can see if I just zoom in here, really zoom in here, and then if I actually press D, you can see the coin itself. I've got it highlighted, you can see on the grid is pinned, and it's the same for the 2x1 platform, which is up there. If I click on that, you can see that is correctly set up. Same for the coin. In terms of the grid, they're literally everything is flush, which I'm happy about. So yeah, so we've set up the coin. So we set up prefabs. So that's what we started off. We sorted out the prefabs for the platforms. We've adjusted the health bar. We replaced the basic health bar with some UI asset, and we've set up a coin pickup. So we have the coin. We've added an animation to it effectively, which was just a ping pong with the maths, and we've also added the score variable to the player. We've added the score variable to the player, and we've got that linked in with the HUD text box. So everything is everything's working really, really nicely. I'm really happy with it. The next thing I want to do, I'm going to take a break and eat, guys, because I think I've been at this since about 2 o'clock. I think I was sorting out some other things, and then I jumped into engine. So yeah, it's about time I just stopped for something to eat and then came back to it. And what I'd like to do is I would like to add in an enemy, because at the moment we've got the player, we've got the HUD, we have a trap, and we also have, I just want to add in an enemy, because the enemy will essentially replace what the trap is currently doing in terms of damage. But yeah, I do like what is happening. If I go onto the trap, do I have a script graph for the trap? No. But on the player script graph for the health bar, this is what currently happens. So that's what happens when we touch a trap. We remove 10%. Sorry. We remove 10% of the health and we apply an impulse. So essentially that is what I want to happen for a slime enemy. So when the player touches the slime, essentially there's two things that I want to happen with the slime enemy. I want the player to bounce off of it if they are on top of it. But if they touch the enemy from the side, they will be knocked back sideways and take damage. So if they jump on the enemy, they won't take damage, but they will bounce. But if they approach the enemy from the side, so it's kind of that calculation of get the position of the enemy, get the relative position of the enemy, and then kind of almost do a calculation or a Boolean check, like is at the point of contact collision, is the relative position of the player equal or greater than the height, the relative height, or the relative Y position of the enemy. That in my head is how you would get that function to work. And then if it is, then set the animation of the slime to a squish effect and add impulse to the rigid body, because that's what I've got here in front of me. You can see at the bottom there we have the rigid force being applied. That's kind of what we want to happen. That's what we need to happen. But then If it's less than that, then we apply knockback to our character on the x-axis, and then we can obviously say negative or minus. So for example, I'm just going to show you that if I did, why is it not letting me do a minus? Right, if I do minus, save and play, this is going to bounce us below the trap. See that? And then if I did, I don't know, say 25, 15. It's a little bit hard because the position of that. Let's try that again. Yeah. Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to that then. I'm going to stop there. I'm going to have some food, have a break. I will come back and I will code in with Visual Script a simple enemy that moves left to right, deals damage to the player, and then the complicated bit is how we get it to bounce the player up and deal damage depending on whether it's above or side on with the player. Because if the player makes contact with it, I don't want them to bounce. I want them to knock the player back. Or, I mean, technically they don't have to have knockback. Something like a skeleton enemy that swipes with a sword, it would make sense for them to apply a knockback. But with a slime, yeah, it's kind of like, yeah. I know in my head how it's going to work. Thank you for tuning in, guys. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. It's been really cool. We've made a good amount of progress today, resolving a couple of issues, adding a few new things. Next stream, which I'll probably say will be in about an hour and a half, I will jump back in and try and get an enemy added in to the game. That'd be really good to get that done. So thanks for watching, guys. Hope you've enjoyed it. Feel free to follow on Twitch. I've also got a YouTube channel in the panel below. That's where I post all of the development streams, so you can watch them back. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay safe, and I will see you in the